All right, YouTubers. I hope you guys can hear me now. If you can't, I don't know what to do. I've just reloaded. Everything looks good. Mics are on. I started everything correctly as far as I'm concerned. So if we're not, if you cannot hear me in YouTube, then I'm not sure what to do. To come into the main room. Oh, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Loud and clear. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, back on track, guys. The CNTA. This one is up. I couldn't find. I'm not sure I could find any news on CNTA. I mean, it's up a huge amount, 45%. I'm just looking at today. I don't see any news on it. Has to be something. This is the buyout. I'm sorry. Uh, Eli Lilly to acquire Centessa up to $47 a share. Okay, so that is the buyout. So it's a buyout. CNTA is a buyout. Thank you, everybody in YouTube. NPT is just sneaking in here now, guys. NPT, $6. Texon Holdings. Again, no news. No news. I mean, I see news from a few days ago, but launching a $12 million offering at 632 a share. But I don't see any news for it today. But it is popping, and it's getting actually close to that 632. The high yesterday was 740. I don't really, or 760 or so. I really don't recall seeing this one at all yesterday. NPT. Let's take a look at some of the sectors, guys. So here's silver. So again, with the market popping the way it is, though this is not necessarily we silver has not been tracking like that when the market's popping. But anyway, here's silver. Actually, I'm wrong. Silver, yes, I'm wrong. Silver up anyway, 3.9% right now. Retail XRT, the nukes and uranium, basically flat, well, not a little bit up. The semis was kind of kicked yesterday, guys. Yeah, look at in fact the last 3 days that the semis have been kicked. The semis have been kind of a star compared to the rest of the sectors. When I say that, compared to their 200-day moving average, you can see that. I mean, getting closer and closer. Gold, IBB, which is a pharma, XLI Industrials. So industrials actually closed right at the 200-day moving average yesterday. You can see right there, it closed right on top of it. Materials is one of the few over. Oh man, and here's our financial ETF, tech, XLK, home builders, communication. Right? That's still wow. So very few above the 200-day moving average right now, guys. Obviously, XLE is. Whoa, this is an earnings play, guys. TE is an earnings play. We have seen this one. I remember when this one's, I mean, I don't recall really seeing it in last year, but all of a sudden, I mean, what a run it had. It went from $1.20 up to almost $10 in, I don't know, 8 months, 7 or 8 months. Majors in developing battery solutions. Anyway, it's an earnings play today. It's getting kicked down 20%. A lot of volume. Big float. Big float. It's a lot of volume. 64 million in the float though. After the company reported worse than expected Q4. So those of you with IB, you're noticing this little color coded now. I guess when it's bad news, it's in red. This is in the news. And I asked the question earlier: did anybody with IB experience that little issue this morning, in which you had to go to your global configuration and I guess apply the ActiveX in order to get the linking going again for us? I guess not. Well, Monica, you have interactive brokers. Did you get that pop up? Nothing there, really. Well, maybe it's coming to a city near you. Seriously, yeah. So maybe they're staging it. Maybe they're staging it. So you had to go into your global config. Well, you have to go to the global configuration and then accept, and then go to global. Well, you don't do it now. Yeah, go to global configuration, and then you have to go to the API, and then go to settings, and then enable ActiveX and socket clients. Okay, it's probably a stage rollout. Yeah, it was easy, but it's the first time I've seen that in 10 years. Luckily, the little pop-up you get, it tells you exactly what to do, and it was exactly correct. So they must be rolling this out in stages, as Mary says. But I thought, oh, they've changed their API or something in a dramatic way, and that could destroy our linking. But no, we're still good to go. All right, guys. Now again, the kids is on the move. Okay, the kids are in the hall. The kids are on the move. Okay. Now I don't expect. I mean, I don't know what to expect. They don't have a press release. Yeah, they don't have a press release alongside the fact that they've regained Nasdaq compliance. Okay. The reason I bring this up is that that's exactly what happened to Ugrow. Okay. The day they regained Nasdaq compliance, they also came up with their news that they're basically not going to be an agricultural technology company anymore. We're going to get involved in sports betting and cricket, and that's what caused this crazy move for Ugrow. So I wanted to see if maybe kids would have a press release at the same time, but I don't see any. Well, I'm going to be a little Canadian on you. You probably haven't even heard the kids in the hall. But Lantern, let's see, LTRN up 19%, had a down day yesterday. This was an earnings play. Actually, this is an earnings play today. This is actually an earnings play today. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was down on Friday. Didn't really recover on Friday, but here we go. We're a little bit above yesterday's high. Okay. And this is LTRN. Ah, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Am I a relic? Be nice now, Pepe. Okay. So that is still the most, so IBTWS is still in favor. Oh, okay. Well, then that makes me feel way better. Guys, NAVN, this was a big one last week. I think it had earnings last week. It's basically kind of it's basically kind of held the gains, okay, after its earnings release. That is NAVN. I mean, it's only up 3%, but so it's not necessarily the most advanced version feature-wise. It's just regarding API access. I can read. Okay. What is the most advanced one feature-wise? Is it their new desk, as they keep calling it, their desktop? I don't know. Like I don't know why they. It's a dumb name because what am I using now? Isn't it a desktop version? Problem is we cannot use it. We cannot use that new version or new. I mean, it's been out. It seems like a couple of years. We cannot connect to it. There, that API. Yeah. So the spy is trying. Come on, spy today. Maybe can you do this for us? Can you hold the VWAP and not plunge below? And now, guys, I may be interrupted very soon. Okay. Again, dealing with our little guy, the our dog. Okay. I may be interrupted. WRD, let's see, WRD, we ride. Trying to figure out why I didn't want to run the race in the pre-market. It makes so much more sense to run it in the pre-market. Also, all right. So what did our ARTL did? Did it maintain over that high? It is. So it is above the high or the close. So let's look at that close. Close was 1054, so it's a little bit below that close of a couple of days ago. Well, Balagan, I always have a monthly chart up. So LABD, which is an ETF for the biotech bear, wow, three times. So that means that LABU must be up 3% or so, a little over 3%. Oh, LABU is a three-timer also. Wow. Huh. Have I seen this stock go? That's is that a grocery outlets? Have I seen it? No. The reason why? The volume yet, 6.8, 6,800 shares are traded. So I really haven't seen it. It's not doesn't mean it's bad. It means I haven't seen it because the volume is so low. So yes, it's up 4%, but it's no volume. However, I mean, look, if the volume it's running, or it's going to increase obviously when the market opens, you could maybe look at 737 if it takes 737 out. which is the high here. It had earnings. Let's see, this was the earnings reaction day. But if it takes that out, I mean, it's got some room, obviously, but it's obviously it's going to need a lot of volume. Going to need some volume to push it through, of course. All right, guys, we got about 3 minutes before the 9:30 open, until the 9:30 open. All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little price alert underneath the VWAP. Just hope to see that VWAP hold at that support. Now, I saw NCLH was really dropping yesterday. At one point, yeah, it closed at the low of the day. I was watching this later on, and it really closed right at the low of the day. A little pop here. Maybe I don't know. Oil prices coming down a bit. All right, how's that kids doing? Is it still hanging in there? Yeah. Listen, I mean, if it has a, if it, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes here. It's like the only way I would do this, and it would be probably a very, very quick trade, is if it had a pop. Probably have to get above the high here, 378. Maybe go for a brief run. Again, they regain Nasdaq compliance. All right, guys, we have about 15 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let me get rid of these two, and we'll just get ready for this open. All right, guys, well, there's the kids taking a little pop here. Okay, guys, listen, I've just taken some. I said, I told you what I might do, and I've done it, but I've taken virtually it all off because I can't get through that four. I mean, I may be completely wrong. I may just power right through four. It looks like it's going to, but that's okay. This is super risky, of course. Talk about the kids, KIBZ. The next high looking left, if you did take this and there's 399 and there's 399, a couple of highs actually, 380 and 399. So as I said, if I took this, it was going to be probably about a very, very quick trade, which it has been. And it was a minor gain, guys. It was a very minor. I was actually hoping it would just massively pop through four, and but it didn't. It might still do it, but I'm out. Okay, how's our spy doing? Just to start off. So far, so good. There's that VWAP. You know who had earnings, guys? Was Anna. Anna had earnings. A big one from this past week, really. So Anna had earnings. Reaction not good right now. There are shares available for me to short. NPT halted on the way down so far. Doesn't mean it's over completely, but there goes the kids. Do I still wish I had it? Of course I do, but you just never know. So, but we are over four now. So the next high, if you did take this, next high is 425. If we can blast through that, then the next high is way up there at six. Okay, you know what has the drop? Let's see if this holds though. The 20 level. Okay, so SOGP Sound Group. This is an earnings play. Did I mention this one? It's on my list here. I don't know if I mentioned it, SOGP. But anyway, it had the has earnings still up 21%. I'm sorry, it is not earnings. Excuse me. It is or isn't. Trading higher after the company reported FY25 financial results, and this is the one that announced a special cash dividend. Yeah, $1.20 cash dividend. So will 20 hold it? Will 20 hold? SOGP? Unity, this is a super active stock, guys. I mean, it is, this is good range most of the time. Where is that high? Back this daily chart out just a little bit. So we're at 2130. That high right there is 2137. The high right there is 2158. The high right there is 22. Well, I'm going to put a price alert in that area, the 2150 level. I trigger immediately. And then one up here around the 22 level. And see if it takes out these, maybe not today, maybe never, but if it does, then you can see the room it's got. I wish I could help you in Italian there, 161, but I cannot. How to interpret this video? I am new and Italian. It's amazing how much I can actually decipher. I'm new in Italian. How can I interpret the video or something like that? Sorry, where this is unfortunately this is English only. Okay, there's a U took out the first little level. Okay, but this is the big one right here is 22. Well, kids has got that little area here at 425. What did it get to? Got to 429, okay? So if it can get back over 429, then it's got a ton of room to six. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Oh, I know there's translation, but I mean, it's going to be almost impossible, because I'm going to talk and it's not going to translate while I'm talking. I mean, I know there are software programs out there, but it's just too hard to press. I do understand what he meant, but nothing much I can do. Now, PJ, you're being a little bit like the ugly American, and I'm talking about the ugly American, the movie, okay? You haven't seen it? Watch it. It's an ancient movie. Okay, okay. We're talking about Americans traveling in Europe, and how do we speak English? Okay, I mean, I'm very. It's this is not political, believe me. It's just anyway. Person doesn't speak English. Doesn't speak English. HSAI guys, 1920 is the next high. We get through that. Oh yeah, ugly. Well, but the movie was called Ugly American. Okay, The Ugly American. That's what the movie was called, PJ. It's probably from the 50s or the 60s. Okay, and the old joke. I mean, if I speak really loudly in English, how come and slowly, how come you can't understand me? Here's the Ugro guys. Last yesterday's high was way up there at 29. Wow. There's Penn Entertainment. Okay, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Casino stock. The next high looking left is around 15. Well, the good thing I can say about kids is that it's holding over four, and it says just got to get. It just got to get. It's up to you, Ben. It's completely up to you, Ben Dizzy. Question is when Holly calls out a trade in the morning. Are you talking about me? Do you? Oh, I say the first 15 minutes to close. It depends. Because it depends on the. I mean, the alert, the earliest alert you're going to get with the AI is 9:40. Anyway, so that's sort of within the 5 minute period. I tend to wait for the reentry though. See if there's a reentry. That's just me, of course. I'm not speaking of pen. I didn't. Okay, Yeah, I mean, it's up to you how you trade them. Okay, Ben Dizzy. I mean, I use it like a watch list. I mean, I don't never get. I actually tend to try to wait to see if there's a reentry. Sometimes there isn't one, but everybody's different. Okay, how you approach. I mean, Penn actually looks pretty good. What did I say? I mean, that high right there is 1455. So it's got to get through that. That's one reason why I wouldn't take it. You know, until unless it broke through that. It doesn't mean if it breaks through that, I'm absolutely going to take this trade. But I wouldn't take it unless it got through that. We're talking about an AI alert. Yeah, saw that last night. Hermes, CEO leaving for Air Canada. Well, look at the spy. Come on. Okay, look at what happened. Now it's a rising VWAP, so far the VWAP is holding. Oh, you know what? I'm certain, guys. I know I mentioned that SOGP was having a bit of a pop, and I forgot to keep at it. Keep at it. Shoot. Yeah, I remember I was saying looks like it's trying to hold 20. In fact, SOGP got halted. Okay, SOGP got halted. I'm just looking down here. Yeah, so SOGP got halted. And what is the potential? So you were lucky enough to get into this one before the halt. Well, I shouldn't say that. We'll have to see how it opens. But right now it looks like we're going to have an open above the halt price. The halt price is 22.59. We're at 22.99 now. As you can see, this number fluctuates. Usually the halts are 5 minutes long. Actually, Space is an earnings play also. Okay, SBCE is an earnings play. Did not realize that. Well, it's got a lot of room. Well, it's not room to the to the 200-day moving average, but does it have a lot of room? For me, it doesn't have enough room when I look left on the daily chart. There's little areas it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here. I mean, it's an earnings play. Maybe it's going to power through all this. I mean, it may just power through this. I mean, it may not care about all these little areas that I always worry about. Okay, when I look left. You guys have some news on Pola this morning. Had earnings, had earnings on the 26th. So the reaction was, okay through the 200-day moving average now, POLA through the 200-day. The next high looking left, though, again, look how close it is, 254. I'm not saying it's going to stop right there, but that's what I look at. And consequently, I just don't take the trade. Unilever is a deal with, so there was one yesterday, right? Was it SYY, William? SYY? Were they not another food company merging or buying another? That's why, yeah, that's yesterday. So we're getting some food business combinations here. Oh, McCormick, yeah, I mean, they're huge in spices. I mean, I see them in my grocery stores everywhere, McCormick spices. I'm sure they must do other things, but, all right, guys, now I put a price alert on, FMC, and it is now there's not a monthly chart, there's the weekly chart, 1701. So we're a little bit above that now. On the weekly chart, it has a ton of room, obviously. $31. I can't remember what happened here. Guys, watch FMC. I mean, this has got obviously a ton of room on the weekly chart. And on the daily, yeah, I mean, it's through all the daily highs over there. So the next high, somewhere in this week, there was a daily high. And we've got to go back to October of last year. Guys, FMC, thing for you to take the trade. FMC, just going to get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit. The kids are giving up $4 right now. Kids are. KIDZ is giving up $4 right now. Ooh, that was a. I don't know if that was a good open or not for SOGP. What did it get halted at? Halted at 22.59, and it popped up. Okay, well, if you were in it, hopefully you took some off. I mean, that was a nice pop off that. It's dropped now. It was a nice pop off the halt. Oh my goodness, is it ever 139 now for PepG? Yeah. Wow. What if this was shortable for me? Ah, man, there were almost a million shares available, Interactive Brokers. I didn't really think about shorting it. Wow. And a heck of a short, 2 to 137 now on a percentage basis, one heck of a short. All right, guys. Well, okay, this FMC is giving me fits here, but it almost knocked me out of the trade. Yeah, the spread is sorry, the spread is kind of getting a little messy. All right, guys, how's that pen doing? So pen, PENN. Corby, don't you have anything else to do? I'm getting tired of you. SGML guys, this was a big one from yesterday. This was an earnings play yesterday, actually. Had pretty good results. It didn't hold the gains though. Didn't hold the gains. Okay. I just get tired of getting picked at. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just get tired of it. It's a trading room. Okay, guys, SGML over 13. The high yesterday was 1478. Okay, yeah, so PepG, guys, PepG, what did you say, William? What was your, I can't remember what you said, dollar 30 was your potential? Okay, guys, SGML, I want to see how well this holds 13. It has obviously it's got room. I got up to 1478 yesterday. Wasn't a great finish, obviously, 1478, and it closed down here at 1180. So got out of the FMC guys for a very minor loss. I'm going to keep an eye on it later. Okay. I did not like the way it was trading. I didn't like the way the spread was widening. So I got into it around 1713 and just did not like the way it was the spread was widening. But if it takes this out later on, 1721, it's possible because it's got all that room when you look at a weekly chart. Wow, look at Anna. Anna's coming right back. Anna is coming right back. I don't know if it's positive. This is an earnings play. Anna is an earnings play. Not positive, not yet. Boy, look at this. I'm going to put a price alert here. That's at the high of yesterday. Okay, BIAF guys. BIAF is, of course, has been a super active one for the last couple of weeks anyway. Problem with it right now is that there's the 200-day moving average. So that could stall it. The actual number is 415. Then there's a high right there at 428. If we can get through all that, put a price alert in that area and see if it takes that out. Because if we can get through that, then the next high is around 5. APLS is a bio Tableau. Okay. Tableau in our YouTube room was saying that it might look like a good short. I believe APLS is a buyout. I don't, in fact, I know it is. This is Centessa. Yeah, so Biogen is offering $41 a share. Okay, so it's a buyout. So, I mean, you might, if you think, I mean, you can try short it, I suppose, but understanding that it is a buyout, and it's a by a major company too, Biogen. All right, now I'm going to start looking at some of these winners. Okay, in the top 10 list. The one up here is that Sigma. All right, so let's see if this can hold. Little pullback now underneath 13. I'm going to put a price alert around the 1306 mark. See if it gets back over that level. Okay, now this NAVN is now above the high, right at the high of yesterday, I believe, 1324 actually. So where did it get to? It got probably got right there almost 1324. So it hit the high of yesterday. Okay, NAVN. If it can take that out and keep moving, then well, that's about over $1 away. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes this out, but or is this going to stall it and this might turn into a nice little short for us, NAVN. Well, guys, so far so good with the SPY. Okay, still holding the VWAP. I think there's some economic numbers I posted. Job openings, 10 o'clock. The JOLTS job openings, the Chicago PMI, consumer confidence, 10 o'clock. Dallas Fed at 10:30. So there are some, yeah, I mean, there is some economic news coming out. Hasn't hurt the market yet. Well, look at it. Talk about a wild ride. Look at the SOGP now. Well, almost a 10% drop, 230 right down back to 20, underneath 20 now. And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The next low looking left is 16. Hmm. However, look at the spread, 1960, 1999. No bueno. Pola did have some news. I know I saw Pola in the free market. I know I saw something. Can't remember what it was though. Pola. Wow, SOGP just absolutely giving it up. But the spread was, I mean, look at the spread now, 1801, 1870. Well, just tightened a little bit, but well, they certainly sound like a happy company. They're a AI-powered audio company on a mission. They're on a mission to help people connect better and live happier. Who wouldn't want that? This is a sound group. All right, guys. Well, it is now time for me to go to my homepage and show you the information on my homepage, including the scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. So we do have a nice promo on, 25% off. So we do have a nice promo on, guys. Clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. First month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it doesn't matter which plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. Okay, premium, of course, has the AI. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. Rooms, well, I moderate a YouTube room. And then if you're in YouTube, this room right here, the trading room. Most people are in this. It's free also. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more action, interaction amongst other traders, come into this room. It is free. Also, a couple more bonuses. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens it every well, Monday to Friday. Not this Friday, okay? This is Good Friday. It's closed, but Monday to Friday, 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, a little early for me, so thank you, Obi, for doing that. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, maybe later if there are questions. But even when I leave, William in this trading room keeps it open later, and it's up to him. I would say usually it's between 3:30 and 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open from about 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It comes to you. It is free. It comes to you before the market picks up or opens Monday morning. Before the market opens every Monday morning, so you can sign up for it from there. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're wondering about taking out a subscription, scroll down from my homepage. Scroll down a little bit and click on the education section. And getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you do take out a subscription, this is mandatory you do this, okay? Covers most of the key elements of the program. And if you don't have the program, but you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try it for at least a month. Remember, you can unsubscribe at any time on a monthly basis. This Back to Basics, if you are new to trading, free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you click on my homepage link, click on the middle section right there, the custom scans. So what you see is what you get here, guys. What I mean by that is this is all I'm using right now. The large cap gainers start of the race is right here. The more volatile race is right here. A shrunken down version of the movers upside versus movers downside is right here. This is what it would typically look like. Okay, but I've shrunk it down so I can also have the race going where you can see it. Don't really care about all this, the graph. All I care about are seeing the symbols anyway, so it's not a big deal to me. And anything in green is a new high of the day. Anything in red would be a new low of the day. And then here are the halts resumes over here. This is what I do use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I do have 4 other scans here. I'm not using them right now, but you can take a look at them. Momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and then this is the old Williams scan, okay? You can take a look at them. I'm not using them right now. Doesn't mean I'm never going to use them again. It just means that right now, is what you see. This is all I'm using. It's enough, believe me. A lot of different ideas from these stocks that I'm seeing. Okay, guys. Now here is the time where I'm going to be leaving. Maybe I don't know for how long. Time is it now? 10:09. But I'm going to I'll have to put myself on mute for a while. I will return. No, it's not going to be an hour or anything. Hopefully, maybe 10 minutes or so. Okay. And give me a moment. So I'm just going to mute everything right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Give me a moment. You know, it's actually looking interesting again now, guys, at that FMC, okay? FMC looking maybe a little interesting. So just to complete my my normal spiel, both of these rooms, the trading room and the YouTube room, they're both well, they're both trading rooms, okay, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, please ask. You don't have to wait. I think a lot of people wait for the 12 to 1 hour when somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room. But if you've got questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer though, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. Wow. Fly is flying. Yes. Oh, you're holding the FMC. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, spread is tightened a bit, but for me, it's going to have to get over that 20 mark again. But aluminum play, guys, Cenex, CENX. Wow, we're almost getting, well, it even says May 6th, so we're getting closer, guys. I know May 6th is a couple of months off, but or a month off, but to earnings. At least they're starting to show up in the earnings date. So there's Cenex is just ripping here. How's Alcoa doing? Sure, it must be doing something similar. Yes, it is. Well, guys, this might be an interesting short now for me. SGML. I mean, it don't look strong and all, um, but there's the hive yesterday up here. The reason I'm saying it is because it did. Now, granted, the market was down yesterday, so okay, I guess I'll have to take that in consideration too. But I mean, right now, as we speak, we're in mini rip mode. However, let's see. Look at that VWAP, guys. Yeah, I agree. If the market turned negative today, I think that would be semi-devastating, you know, after being up 10. Well, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY, of course. I'm just maybe looking at the extension, that's all. Hmm. What happened here? I'd love to see it get closer to the whole number. Little bouncier guys are Albertson, so another food store. And the high today was 1748. 1750 is the high of yesterday. So, it has a little bit of room. Ah, almost said the bad word. I missed my entry. I missed my entry on the SGML. I was sitting at 1365 and I couldn't get the fill. There's plenty of shorts. That's not the issue. Now, for these sort of plays, I'm not looking for utter collapses or anything. Well, again, PJ, it might be just temporary. I mean, I'm only looking at these. I mean, it's so super strong, of course. So when I see this, I mean, it's just I look a couple things. I look to see if the how fat the wave's getting, okay, and also if the bottom of the bars are not touching the top of the wave, and then that's where I start to think it's getting a little parabolic for a while, just for a while. I'm not suggesting this is going to be a big collapse. I mean, look, I'd love for it to get down to the bottom of the wave right there, which is 1330. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. 1341 now. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm not in it, unfortunately. Gosh. Um, oh well. There'll be another one. Well, it's been the international language for decades. Just air traffic controllers. Just think of those. English is mandatory. Okay, guys. Is Unity is setting up maybe for me also. Yeah, you grow. Well, I think 29 was yesterday's high, wasn't it? 29 or so? 29, yeah, 20, well, right on, 29. So, yeah, fix that out. Could have another run. Amazing. Regains compliance, completely changes their business model. Now, you see the difference. I'm going to go over this race today, okay? This is the large cap race. The last few times where I've demonstrated this, hardly any stocks. Well, why are there a lot of stocks today in this large cap race? Well, the market's up 10 point. Well, the SPY's up 10.5. Okay. That's the reason. So let's take a look at this race. Okay. And the whole concept of racing. Just going to put my homepage link in again. The reason why I just want to show you this on my homepage. Okay. Because I'm going to go over the race, but in the guide. So scroll down a little bit, go to the more info and the education section. And then the user guide is right here. And TI stock racing. Okay, so here is a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can set up your own race. But I will show you how you can take my race, so you don't have to start from scratch. Adjust it to your style. Okay, your price range and add filters, subtract filters, all of that very very easily. So let's take a look at this race. So I'm running a 4 minute race. Now notice this race over here. I'm running a 4 minute race also. You will get bigger percentage moves in this race. Here's a 3% move. It's only 6 cents, but 0.57%. You generally will not see stocks moving more than 1% in this race. Now, what does that 1% mean, though? So since this race started, which is almost not quite 4 minutes ago, this stock, Penn, has moved the most, 0.57%. Okay, that's what that means. So it's at the top of the leaderboard. And you can see it's been run a race before. It has not run a race before. What happens is over the course of the day, I start this race at 9:30. There will be automatically created for you a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. That's why you will see a three beside the SGML. It has won 3 races today. This is going to win this. If it hangs on, it's going to win the race, but it hasn't won a race before, so it's not going to take out that last one, which is the U at 1. But you can see the winner of the last race right here. Okay. So what you can do is this. You don't have to, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol And this race is a lot more, entertaining. I mean, look at the Anro; it's up 3%. It's a $22 stock. It's up 3% since the race started. This is way less volatile, and in some ways, I don't want to say easier to trade, but if you're starting out trading, probably something I would look at, even though these are more exciting. But with excitement comes danger. Okay. I'm not saying these are, super simple or anything like that, but they're just less volatile. So if you see a stock at the top here of the race, click on it on both races, okay? But click on it, see what is happening. It might be setting up for you right now, okay? You see a stock in this list of stocks. Click on it. Let's look at Hung. What's happening? Interesting. I mean, it's at the high of the day. When you look left, does it have room? Just things like that. Those are the things that should be going through your mind. Is there a reason why? Now, we know Penn is up. I think Penn has been active all day long. I don't see a reason for it necessarily, but Hims, this has been one in the news a lot. Do I like it? Well, the next high is 2064, I believe. So, I mean, it's got some room. It does have some room. So if you see a stock in this list, click on it. If you see any stock that has won a race before, click on it because you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. Let's click on MLYS and see what it's looking like. I mean, it's looking great. I mean, look at this, holding the VWAP, but you never know. Clicking on one of these symbols, this could have been a stock that's moving into the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, holding the VWAP, acting as support, or maybe you have a moving average that you like, that you have on your chart that you see the stock moving into. You don't know until you click on it. Okay? So the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? You can see they're very different lists in both these races. So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in this race, one of the options is open top list. Now, over the last few days, when I've done this is a very, very small list of stocks typically, but because the market's up today, we're seeing a lot bigger of a list. Why are they showing up? Well, these are the filters I'm using in this particular list. I right click, configure. So I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. 200,000 shares have traded, at least, up 2% from yesterday's close. Now, this is the restrictive part. This position in range with the D, that is the position in the day's range. So if I put 100 here, I have 95, but if I put 100, that would mean the stock is trading basically right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's very close. You can see they're very close to the high of the day. And minimum 200,000 shares, but also I have a minimum market cap of 500 million and also a minimum float of 50 million. This race has none of that. It's wide open. And that's why you're seeing, that's why you can see some big percentage moves. So that's how now see how that list is shrunk. This is not a static list. This list will expand. This one would too, but expand, contract as the day goes on because some stocks are sometimes, look how it's contracting. The reason being is that some stocks now are falling. They're not meeting all the filter requirements. I don't know what it would be, but more than likely, the market cap and the float value probably going to. It could be they're not at the 95% level anymore, or maybe they're not up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, there could be, several reasons why a stock falls off this list and then gets added. But it's a dynamic list all day long. And notice when I right click on this, launch the real-time stock race. All races start from a top list window. Okay. Now you can do other things also. For instance, you you may have a basket of stocks that you like to follow all day long. You might have, 15, 20 stocks that you like to follow all day long. Maybe it could be the Metas, could be the Googles, could be the Amazons, large cap stocks, whatever you want. So you can do what we call create a symbol list, a watch list, and you can attach. Look how this list is just shrinking now. Now, the market's taking a little bit of a downturn, and that's probably the reason. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list. You can attach it to this top list window or a top list window, and then run a race just based on those stocks. Or maybe you do some evening work. Maybe after the market closes, you take a look at the stocks that are moving, or some stocks might catch your eye, and you say, you know what, I want to follow these tomorrow. So you can make a symbol list of those stocks, attach it to your top list window, and run a race just based on those stocks all day. Now let me go to this race here, because this is a little more interesting, as I say. But so you can see this list is bigger. Okay, bigger list, and again, no filters really in place other than this is what I'm looking for in this one. So if the stock is between $150 and up and traded at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, then you will see a stock in this list. So there's no market cap, no minimum flow. Doesn't have to be at near the high of the day. Now, the typical use of a top list window before we had races would be, and you can still use a top list window like this, but if, classic question, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So with my filters that I'm using, the minimum volume and the price range, Mask is up the most. It's up 112%. CFRG, 53%, etc. I'm ranking. As long as you have a column header, which I do, the change from the close, then I can sort on it. I want to sort on the change from the open. It's opening trade. You just double left click. Now I've sorted on that. Okay, so that was the use of a top list window. And again, you can still do that. Show me the stocks that are up the most in 5 minutes. Show me the ones that are down the most in 5 minutes. Things like that. But here's what the race does. So the race does. So first of all, the race is based now. This race here is based on these stocks that are here. Again, it is a dynamic list. Also, stocks will come in and out all day long. Now, most of the ones that are right at the top are probably not going to leave. The only reason a stock would leave really is if it's not up over 2% anymore. So it's pretty hard for a stock that's up 115% to not be up 2% by the end of the day. It can happen, I guess, but what the race does is this. The race looks at this list of stocks, and when the race starts, all it cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So right now, OXBR, I don't know where that is, but it's somewhere here in this list. OXBR is moving. It's up 3.8%. It's a cheap stock, so that's not a big dollar move, but that's what it does. Though it just looks at the list of stocks and it says, okay, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise? So you will more than likely see Mask all day long on this list because Mask is something that so many people are looking at all day long, just because of its percentage gain. The relative volume is 2,400 times normal right now. Things like that. So you can expect that Mask is probably going to be one of these ones that's going to be on this list all day long. But SGML, we were just talking about SGML. What if SGML, it's up 10%, it's still a good move, but what if all of a sudden it caught a bid again? And that's up 10%, 11%, 12, 14, moving up this list. How would you know? What are you going to do? Stare at the list of stocks to see what's moving? But you don't have to do that because that's what the race does for us, okay? Again, the race does not play favorites. All it cares about is what's moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So if you have any questions about the racing, just let me know. Now I'm going to show you how you can maybe take either of these two races and adjust them to your style. So you don't have to create a race from scratch if you don't want to. So I'm going to take this race. I'm just going to duplicate it so I don't stop the race. So you see the gear here. If I click on the gear, the race is going to stop. And here's a quick way. If you just wanted to change the price range that I've got and maybe the minimum volume, here's what you could do. Very simple. So you might look at this race and go, you know what? I like everything about it except I don't like the range, the price range, and maybe the minimum volume. So you can make some changes. But if you did want to make some more changes, you just click on Advanced and click on the summary. Here's where, here's the only other filter I'm using. The up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If I go to so here are the values right here, okay? So here's where you can also make your changes. But you can also now, maybe you don't like this volume. Maybe you want to, I think you're probably going to want to have a minimum volume, but maybe you want to add something to this, okay? Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Maybe you want a different change from the close, okay? Maybe you want to up that to 3% or 5% or take it out in its entirety. It's up to you. All I'm really trying to show you is how you could take this race as a template and really customize it to to the type of race you want to see based on your parameters. Once you do that, you just say okay, and then you're good to go. Now, again, all this is in the guide. Okay, I don't expect people to remember everything I'm saying right now. I should have done this. So, also one other thing. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop now. To stop a race, you click on the box. Okay, the little box there. So that stops the race. You could have clicked on the gear. It would have stopped the race also. I just want to show you a couple of things. So in the body of the race, I'm going to right click, and at the very top, you see where it says show race setup. Now don't get overwhelmed by all this, but the two probably most important, people say, well, you're running a 4-minute race. Why? Well, it doesn't really matter why. I picked a 4-minute race a long time ago, but you can pick whatever time you want your race to run. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Ozzy's running, I don't know what you're doing these days, Ozzy, but here's how you can pick the time frame that you want. And obviously what happens is when the race is over, another one automatically starts. So you can pick whatever time frame you want. But the other one that I think, now, if you load these two races now, one of the options is right now on my homepage is I have auto start at time checked, and the time was 9:30. So what that meant was, even though I was loading everything in the pre-market, this race would not start until 9:30. I've changed that now. I've checked auto start on load. So what that means is when I load trade ideas, whenever that is, the race is going to start. So I mean, if I load it at 10 o'clock, half an hour after the market, that's when the race will start. But obviously I do load trade ideas before 9:30. So I'm now running the race in the pre-market. Okay, you don't have to do the same thing, but if you do, you just have to change that to auto start on load. Okay, from the auto start at time. Just uncheck that and check this. Yeah, that's too bad. I missed this one just by probably 2 cents on the short, the SGML. But no, it's okay. But hopefully, you guys, I mean, if you're, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell or how to trade or anything like that. I'm just trying to point out opportunities. That was an opportunity for me, to what I saw. As PJ looked at it and others, they didn't see the same thing, and that's fine. Everybody looks at, we all have different ways of looking at the charts, and that's fine. certainly not infallible, but what I saw, I like as a short. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Again, I'm home duties. Okay, guys. I'm more I'm actually more concentrating on the large cap stocks to give me. Look, I have, my bias is shorting. I mean, shorting these tops. I mean, it's nothing. It should be obvious. I don't think anybody really trusts this market. I mean, here's the SPY now, giving up the VWAP in a pretty substantial way. The next level would be down here. Let's see if this can hold. Okay, let's see if that can hold. If not, look out. So here's another one that I'm somewhat interested in on a short. And now, where's that VWAP? The VWAP is at 2084. So I mean, it's far enough away. Yeah, I'm talking about the alms. The difference between that and the SGML is that it's a fairly narrow range, but as we speak, though, that the candle, the bottom of that bar, is not touching the top of the wave. So for me, that's meaning for me that we're starting to get a little parabolic. I'm missing all this. I don't know what you guys are talking about, PJ. And the usual buffoonery. Okay, alms. The only thing I don't like about it right now is the spread. I mean, it's not terrible, terrible, but I mean, I could probably take a short in between, get it some in between, but I wish the spread was just a little bit tighter. All right, now Penn is interesting. I mean, look at this, guys. Now this is doing its downturn right now. Okay, Penn doing a downturn right now. My guess, if I get a 1 minute chart, it might even be orange. The answer is yes. Okay, so up to you, but I like it on a short, of course. All right, just waiting on this pen, see if it has any sort of a downturn. And any move up to this area, I'm out. But Trug, I'm hearing Trug. So halted, resumed, halted. So Trug, what the heck did they do? They are Indoor Golf Solutions. Okay, guys, we're now starting to get into ugly territory on the SPY. I was kind of hoping maybe, well, we got a trigger right there. So trigger, I put a price alert there, but we're dropping down below that. Yeah. Well, let's put a price alert here. Too much to ask for. Now, my little worry on the pen is that it's not dropping with the market. Did it have any news? I'm sure I looked for some news on pen. I'm not sure I saw any. I mean, this is yesterday. I mean, they don't release until April 23rd. There's the earnings. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, so and not moving with the market, which concerns me a little bit. It's basically right where I shorted it. So yeah, Trug is very low volume. I have a minimum of 20,000 shares in this halt resumes scan. So it's very low volume. You're right, but I'm sure it's going to pick up. True Golf. Wow. Old company, 1983. So Mask has been just now, okay, classic. Look at this. So the Mask, it's leading the race, even though it's not near high of the day at all, but it pulled back into the VWAP, okay, right into the VWAP, pulled into the VWAP, acted as support in this case anyway, and maybe next to the bounce. Remember, I was saying how you can use this for finding stocks that they're not necessarily going to be near the high of the day. They could be pulling back and then popping. Well, I'm only going to get pinned a few minutes more. All right. Well, maybe we have, maybe we've got a little bit of hope here, guys. A little blue bar forming on the SPY. So put my price alert now at the VWAP and see if we can get back to the VWAP on the SPY. Trug opened. TRUG opened. Yeah, volume is still really low. Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see an explosion of volume, but we have not seen an explosion of volume. Yeah, and it just got halted on the way down. So forget about that one. All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 11:02. So I will be taking a break in about an hour from now. Chris Farley will doing double duty this week. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room again between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. And that'll be in about an hour from now when I take my break. All right, so I'm only going to give this a little bit longer than 10. I mean, it didn't move down on this move, and it's moving up a little bit on that move, but so I'm going to give myself a little more time on the 10. That's on the 10 short. Yeah, put a price word up here, 1491. Sure, that'll get me out. And down here, get it down to 1482. I'm short at 1483, so well, guys, let's see what happens right here. There's that. There's the VWAP for the SPY. A little purple line, magenta line. Okay, guys, getting close to an exit here. Okay, guys, I got out of the pen trade. A little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay, we get a little bit closer to the VWAP, so that one did not work. But I am looking at it. I want to see how what it does around the 15 level. It might entice me if it gets closer to the 15 level. Or maybe do a reshort, depending what the market does, maybe. Okay, well, there's the SPY. Yeah, so the SPY just is just kissing the VWAP right now. Okay, you can see what happened right there, and it's now popping through the VWAP. Okay, smart risk level, which I don't have. Okay, so let me put it here. Okay, so this is what it means, Prez. Let me get another stock here. Fly. Okay, so what they're doing here, what it's saying here is that if you took this stock right now, okay, Fly, FLY, you took the stock right now, they're suggesting a smart stock right here, okay? 2570, looks like right there, okay, 2570. That is a suggestion, okay? If you took the stock right at $27, that's kind of what the level is, okay? Now, what you can't see, and it really, it's just this is, let me see what that number is, 25. Let me get a better one. Make the math a little easier. So the same thing, you take your stock at 27.27. They're suggesting a smart risk level of 26.40 or 47. Basically, the target, which it's nothing scientific. It would be just the difference between the let's say you got in at 27 and that smart risk level was at 26.50, 50 cents away. They would just double it to give you the target of a dollar. Okay, if that makes sense. I wouldn't pay any attention to the. If you want to pay attention to the to the risk level, smart risk level, it's I don't. I mean, I have another way of putting my stops. But for somebody starting, I mean, that's not a bad one really when I look at it on the 2 minute chart. It's looking at maybe the consolidation here. Well, it's a dollar amount right there, 26.53. Okay, so if you took the trade right now at 27.20, they're suggesting to put a stop at 26.50. That's all it is. It's just a suggestion. Okay, and that number will change. I mean, if MLYS made its way up to $28, that would you'd have a different dotted line, okay? Because it's based on ATR, I think, and 15-minute highs and lows of the day. A bunch of numbers get thrown into the mix, and it generates a smart stop. It's a suggested smart stop. That's what it is. In this case, that's not bad. I mean, look at the 2 minute chart. It looks like there's a fair amount of consolidation right there. So if it broke down through that, yeah, you probably want to be out of the trade in that particular case. Well, look at sale here, guys. SAIL sale, and the high looking left is 13.18. To me, it looks like we could get some stumbling right at the 13 mark, and there are shares available for me. Good spread. That high is 13.24, so it's a little over 13 right now. I'd like to see if this takes out 13, maybe 12.95. That might get me very interested in a shortest sale. I may not. It may just keep ripping. Of course, the volume is coming in. I should have been looking at this for the bounce eventually. I mean, it's a strong stock, SGML. What a nice base right there. 12.82 takes out 13. Take the trade. I just completely lost sight of it. Little buy flag there. You probably mean 228. I assume, Todd, not 428 for the mask. There's the VWAP. So you're going to put your stop just a little bit below the VWAP. Okay. Okay, sorry guys, I'm lost in thought. Yeah, okay. Well, hey, listen, markets had a nice from 638, nice $3 bounce on the SPY. Why not? Let's be optimistic, but a price alert at 642. Maybe it takes out the high. Yeah, GVH, I see right it was right down here showing up, and well, it's right up here. Yeah, pop. Look at the volume coming in. Volume coming into GVH. But typical of these sort of stocks, with low floats, big move up, it's like super parabolic move up, and then the drop. Now, will it get over two again? Okay, William. Well, you saw what I posted. Come on, one more. What happened with Snap? Well, Snap got caught up in all that, like with Meta and all that. I think, right? On the way up. You mean Snap on the way up? Okay, this is what's happened. Snap gains on report that activist Irenic has taken a stake. Irenic Capital Management has taken a stake. That I guess that's well, that I don't guess. That is the reason. Now, a different way of looking at that headline: trading higher after reports suggesting that activist investor Irenic has taken a okay. Reports suggesting. However, okay, but now this is a little more. This is now from Irenic themselves. Okay, believe Snap could be worth at least 26, $37 a share, or $35 billion following value enhancing steps. Well, they're not trying to pump it, are they? So that's the reason. Okay. Up. And anybody else wondering about what the pop and Snap is all about? Ah, Now, do you not think this is ridiculous? So, I mean, of course, they're pumping the heck out of it. $26.37 a share could be worth at least. I don't know who these guys are, Renick, but now, more headlines. Renick urges Snap CEO Evan Spiegel to save Snap now by fully monetizing AI, cutting costs, realigning employee incentives, improving ad revenue. Sure, do all these things. I'm sure that'll pop the stock to 26.37. Hmm. William, did you see that? Did you see that? You know what I'm talking about. Holy smokes. I just wish I could be more. Pepe, do you still have, you don't have Interactive Brokers anymore, do you? Monica, are you still around? Give me a moment. Oh, give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 11:26. So I've got another little over half an hour left before I take my break. Oh man, mass guys. Monica, Monica, are you around? I'd like to show you something. Jeez. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 7:30. So I guess Monica is not here. Well, if Monica, you come back. You're there. Okay. I'm going to private message you. Okay. Oh, this is hard. Just give me a moment. Hey, Monica, I'm just trying to help you because I know you have Interactive Broker. So you just have to get the advanced chart loaded. I don't know why it should be fairly simple. File, new charts, and then pick advanced. Okay, guys, how about alms now? I've been looking at alms for a bit, but it's still very strong. Well, alms is just, yeah, some big rippage here, guys. I mean, it still has room. Okay, guys, let me see now. I want to take a look at IMNM. IMNM. So I have you know what? If this gets underneath 22, I may have to take a look at a short on this one, the ALMS, ALMS. So I'm going to put a price alert underneath 22, see if it does that. I'm thinking it's, even though, I mean, it's been pretty nice in terms of the bars touching the top of the wave. I'd like to see maybe get a little more parabolic. Here's your favorite one, William Sable Offshore Corp. Stable, SOC, one of your favorite stocks. Boy, look at Mask Guys. I'm not in it anymore. Okay. Now, hmm, that is bizarre. So, what's happening, Monica? When you now, is it because you're on the? Didn't you say you went back a version or something? You went back to what did you call it? Standard or something like that? Didn't you say this morning you because we were talking about that global configuration, you might get a pop up, but maybe you're not going to get it because you went back a version or something? Sorry, I'm talking to Monica. Okay, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe. But you know what? I mean, if your book trader is not loading fast enough, you'll have to make up your mind because I don't understand why you're not getting the advanced charts. Hmm, maybe you need some thermal paste. All right, guys. I am now look at Wolf here. WULF. Yeah, check after hours. Okay. I told you the indicator, so make sure you know the indicator. Okay, guys, Wolf, WULF. Where is the low? Yesterday's low, 1316. Boy, Alms is just still in rip mode, guys. Starting to get maybe now to that level. Well, I kept watching it. I wanted to keep seeing PJ if it would get more parabolic, get a fatter wave here, and also lose like that bottom of the candle really losing, not touching the top of the wave. Sort of is now. See, now you see what's happening. It's starting to lose touch now in both the five and the two. I mean, doesn't mean it's going to fall. Oh, well, yeah, at some point, you would think, though, it's getting so parabolic right now. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any news on it. The bio. Micron. Okay, Micron. Ah, wow, no kidding. As you say, a nice move to begin with today. Well, got a little bit above the close of yesterday. The close of yesterday was what, 321. So it got up to 320. Oh, that's got $8 above yesterday's close, but not now. Guys, keep an eye on Anna. Anna is an earnings play today, and it's still down for the day, I'm sure. Yeah, it's down, yeah, 50, 60 cents from yesterday's close. You know what? I mean, if it can regain 10, I mean, it's an earnings play today, but, it's still well above where it launched itself, which was back in around $4 about a week and a half ago. Ah, look at the arms now. Shoot. That might be short-lived, though. It might be short-lived. Also, the spread is not great. 37.52. That's the alms. Is it really? Oh, you're right. Yeah, Anna spread right now, anyways, 11 cents, 9 cents. I don't think it's been that bad in the past, but at any rate, I'm just gonna well, that's alms. Excuse me, that is not Anna. No, that is Anna. Yeah, 950, 962. It just didn't turn the chart. All right, guys, it's 11:51. Now, Chris surprised me on yesterday. He got in a little early, so I'm going to put my announcement here. Okay, I'll be on a break. Not yet until he gets here, but okay. So when he gets here, I'll start taking my break. I do that, I'll put the YouTube link in right here. Okay, I'm just putting my. But you can ask me questions. 156. You don't have to wait till noon. I mean, I'm going to be taking a break, but you can ask me questions all day long, also. Okay, but I'll be taking my break pretty soon. But I think people have the wrong idea about saving up questions just for the 12 to 1 hour. But anyway, there is the YouTube link. He's not there yet. All right, take a look at the HIMS, guys. HIMS. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Again, you've got the. So are they still partnering with HIMS and Nogovi? Well, Wegovy and Novo, or is that off again? Let's see if I see HIMS in here at all. At any rate, there's HIMS moving higher. Not looking right now like a short opportunity for me. Okay, well, Alms now is pulled back a little bit. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback for Alms, but it looks like it wants to charge up again. Your high was 269 or so. I wish I could see any sort of news on this one today. Oops. Okay, Monica. Okay, guy. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:59. So I'm expecting Chris to be here any moment now. And the market, yeah. So as I leave, okay, I think I heard a little pop. I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So as I'm going to leave, the market is starting to drift down just a little bit. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. I put the YouTube link in for anybody who wants to head over. And I do suggest you go over because this guy really knows his stuff. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now in the main room. There you go. This guy does know his stuff.
You're just setting me up for failure, aren't you, Barry?
No way, man. Like you were the well, you took over from I don't know who I don't kind of know who in the past really did what you do. I don't think anybody.
What do you mean?
Well, in terms of knowing, I mean, like I mean, you have some technical background now about how Brokerage Plus works and all that.
Oh, sure.
You can answer questions, just normal type questions that come in. Because a lot of us only could answer the normal type, what I call the normal type questions. But I mean,
Gotcha.
you can read the logs. I guess that's more what I'm saying. You could read
Yeah,
somebody's
it
log.
was my hand was forced on all this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it was forced because nobody else wanted to do it. I
It
mean,
was a happenstance.
but that was impressive to be able to look at these logs of people say, how come my trade isn't working in, Brokerage Plus or whatever? And you'd have to go through those logs, and my goodness.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Barry. I look back and wonder, how did I learn all this stuff?
Yeah.
Because truth be told, I don't have any
osmosis.
background in it.
Yeah, no, I know. I understand that. But, a lot is self-taught, which is all, it's self-taught can be the best way.
I agree. I agree. I think here's the other thing. I came from a completely different, completely different situation than everybody else. I was a complete Trade Ideas newbie and user for years along with trading. So it's like I had to start from the very ground up, while this software had been really established at that point. So anyways, go take your break. I don't know.
Okay, bye.
I'll talk your ear off forever.
Okay.
All right. So Barry going to take his break. Don't get me wrong. I like Barry sticking around because him and I could shoot the breeze for literally ever, but he should take a break too. All right, let's see here. Morning to you, Daryl. 2 days in a row. Yeah, we rotate the Tuesdays, depending on like other things that are going on too. So generally speaking, go me, then Steve, then Andy, or me, then Andy, then Steve. I don't remember exactly what it is, but if any one of us are jammed up with some other stuff that we're doing, then someone else, we just fill in for each other. And then, generally speaking, I'll do Mondays. Dan does Wednesday, Steve does Thursdays, Friday is going to be Andy. And again, we rotate around if anything's needed. Someone's got, an appointment or taking some, personal time for a vacation or whatever the people do these days. We're good like that. We all help each other out and take care of each other like that. So with all that said, a big happy Tuesday to you all. And as always, this is a open forum, no pre-done content. I love it when you folks drive the content with your questions. As per usual, if nothing's coming in, do my best to keep this obviously engaging, but most importantly informative relative to the software of Trade Ideas and the market in general as well. So come one, come all, fire those questions in. And we will get to it. Fair enough. Nothing coming in at the moment. So why don't we, let's see, what do we want to do? Oh, let's go through my top 10 on the relative strength from the open stuff here. So let's start. All right, WSHP is down the line, so we'll get to that later. No, you know what? It's moving now. Let's do it now because it's moving now. That makes more sense. So, all right, WSHP here. Oh, let's see. Relative volume's really kicking at this point. Yeah, I would have thought maybe a few more shares traded on it for the day here. However, I do notice that the volume didn't really start coming in till a little while, just a few minutes ago, or a few bars ago. I shouldn't say minutes because each bar is 5 minutes. So definitely more than a few minutes ago. And there it is, off to the races. Got itself nearly a 50% gain. Was probably over 50% when it was cracked well over 8 at that point. So yeah, this thing's going pretty wild. What they retail trade, so who knows? Long term, obviously, this thing looks like death slightly warmed over, and it's a newer issue, so 3-ish months plus. Let's see what's it got for me on. If the preset quantities, I do not know the answer to that, but it's funny you asked that because I see your email in there, and I have that as soon as I finish up here on this live stream. I go to the tech dev meeting, whatever you want to call it, and I will inquire with greater minds than myself what's going to happen with all that. So stay tuned for a response on your email of what may or may not be coming as far as that goes on the advanced order entry panel. And I can't get my sound alerts to work on my AI announcements. So Michael, real quick, because I run into this a lot. When you say your AI announcements, are you talking about Holly itself or just your alert windows in general? Because a lot of people think it's an AI voice for the alert windows, but it's not an AI voice. It's just text to speech that's passed through Windows, actually. So there's a difference between the two, but regardless, it's a similar path. If you right click, go to Actions on the AI Strategy Trades window, play sound, set up sound, do text to speech, and you can get it set up like that. If it was your own alert window, let me bring out an alert window. I don't really keep any of those open these days, but I'm sure I've got one somewhere here. Okay, nope. That didn't work out very well. There we go. We would right click the alert window, go to properties, then actions, then check play sound, set up sound, and set up the sound accordingly. So that's how you do it. Yep. So on the Holly one, there's no properties. It's just straight to action. Right click, actions, play sound, get that checked, and then you'll be good to go. Just want to make sure also that this here, you got the sound toggle on the menu bar, that's good to go. And if you're like many of us, make sure your sound is pathed to where you want it to be. Here you've got, let's see here, let's go to sound. You can see here, if I go, I've got all these different speakers that I can be going to at any point. So you want to make sure that your system, your sound system is going where you want it to be. Microsoft, because they're just such a wonderful company, Microslop, as I like to call them. They change the pathing of my sound all the time on all my apps. I don't understand how or why, but I'll say at least once a month, if not more, all of a sudden my sound is going into earphones that I don't want it using, or some other speaker that doesn't exist, but it won't let me remove for some reason. So those are the ones that you want to go. Yeah, but Holly's only going to make alerts when you when there's an alert. It doesn't just talk to you if there's nothing else going on. So right now, there's nothing going on, so you're not going to get anything at this point. There's no way to know. You got to wait till it happens.
Testing.
But if you press the play button,
Testing.
you'll get a testing sound. So go ahead and press that play button to test it. And one other thing that I can do here is give you my sound test scan. Go ahead and load that. And if you're not getting sound on this, that means either your sound isn't pathed to your speakers, or you've got it globally shut off between the software or your operating system. It's going to be one of those two, though. But that scan will light up the night with sound. Did the scan that I gave you, is that firing sound? Let me know. Anybody else with questions, don't be shy either. Get those questions in for me, folks. I can multitask and I'll circle back on stuff. Don't be shy. Get your questions in, please. Let's rock and roll with them. So yeah, go ahead and let me know if that scan that I shared works. We'll kind of keep troubleshooting from there and seeing what we can or can't come up with, can or can't come up with. And again, any questions, folks, don't be shy. I guess while I wait to see if Michael is getting sound from that scan and wait for other questions to come in, we'll get back to looking at the top tens here. So let's see, mask. Let's take a look at that. This thing going pretty crazy on the day, is it? Good volume on it here. Gap up a little bit. These big topping shadows, some bottoming shadows, really volatile. Not my cup of tea, but without a question, up 100+%. There, without a question, tons and tons and tons of people trading it. About to cross 100 million shares traded on a day at 2,100, almost 2,200 relative volume. So I mean, this thing's going absolutely batty. Good stuff. So that's mask. Let's go. Let's keep looking at some stuff here. We talked about the KSCP. No, we didn't talk about KSCP. Sorry. We talked about WSHP. So KSCP. Really just up and away on that 60-minute chart. Nice move here so far on the 5-minute chart. That look right there. Not real big topping shadows or bottoming shadows or anything like that. It's a good 17%. Light on the volume though. Light on the liquidity. The relative volume's okay. A little over 2.5 at this point. And we can see early on, shot up on that volume, came down a little bit, flattened out. Popped up some volume more here, so it looks just kind of stuck at this point around that $4 level. See what happens. Had earnings in the pre-market yesterday. Let's see. That's KSCPU GRO. This has been a high flyer for several days here at this point. Real volatile. Still plenty of liquidity, but volume itself is calmed. Has calmed down a bit. Again, I believe we talked about this one yesterday. Under 1 million in that float. I mean, it's a wildly small float, super micro float. I mean, you never know what something like this could do. But long term, we can see that this thing is beyond a basement dweller. It's definitely had some reverse splits with the 2,500 lifetime high. One reverse split, maybe, I guess. That seems reasonable. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Let's get those questions in. All right, that's URGO. Did that. All right, let's go to KIDZ. So we really got these kind of small float, pumper dumper stocks at the moment. That's the market environment we're in. Kind of the norm when we're in a sell-off like we are, correction. See if they can't round its base and challenge that VWAP. We'll see what happens. Yeah, again, micro float, under 1 million in that float. Long-term, horrible looking chart, newer issue, all those things like that. So yeah. So we're a little KIDZ, ALMS. Nice move on this today. I mean, look, 60-minute makes it look real clean. Even on the 5-minute chart, looks fairly clean. It's kind of flattened at this point. Again, not crazy about that kind of liquidity. We haven't even cracked 1 million shares. We're after, it's afternoon on the East Coast here of the U.S. Not crazy on the volume either, but, overall, all right. Quite a pullback actually off those highs right there. That was a lifetime high looking back there. So, the kind of things that I'm looking at real quick here. But nevertheless, active on the day. Let's see what the rest of the day has in store for it. Yeah, HOLO. It's one of the stocks that went way batty a while ago, I do believe. Definitely several reverse splits here. 280,000 lifetime high. Clearly know that is not the case. All right, liquidity. All right, volume. It's a small stock, $2, and that's after all those reverse splits. Not even 5 years old, and it's basically it's down 100% basically, shy of 100%. So I don't know. There's a whole lot there to really discuss. There it is, nevertheless, having moved since the open, 10% basically. Right, PGEN. Seen the stock so many times over the years. Much larger float than what we were looking at before, up 10% from the open, a little over 10.5 from the open, a little over 12 from the close of yesterday. Good liquidity. Just shy of 4.7 million shares traded on it. Okay on the volume. It's kind of grinding itself out today. I'm not sure what's going on besides it had earnings a few days ago. Looks like a really positive reaction to the earnings that faded, essentially filled the gap and bounced off of filling that gap. So that's a PGen, PGEN, IVA. Like a topping shadowy here. Again, liquidity, anemic as far as I'm concerned. Volumes are right, but yeah, nothing I'd be interested in. I'm not even gonna spend any time on that one. And FCHL, 1.3 million on it. Again, big topping shadow off the open here. Again, stock that looks terrible. That's a new issue. Look at that move, and then gave it up, and then kind of coming back. Just wild. That's why I don't like these kinds of stocks to trade, to be honest. That rounds out the top 10 there. Oh, wait, looks like IMDX is coming with a second win. Coming and taking a spot here. So, no, this thing is horrible looking. 400,000 shares traded. No point in even discussing it. And let's see, is there anything over here that we didn't discuss from over there? MLYS. This thing's on the move decently. 1.1 million on it. 2 2/3 on that. Good open, good close, change percents. We'll have a gap up and just kind of grinding its way. Stuck here at that 27 level, give or take. That's where we're looking as far as that goes. Let's see, SGML. Let's see that. So I had a big opening 60-minute bar. It's been fading with the market since. The market is putting in a green 60-minute bar right now. The SPY is anyways. But yes, there it goes there. A fade. Try to get back up. Continue to fade. It's kind of stuck right there at this point. Plenty of volume and liquidity on this. It's Brazilian Lithium Corporation, 100 million, a little over 100 million there, 6.5 million, 3 1/3. Those are all good numbers. Something to possibly keep an eye on for the day here. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. We talked about that one. We talked about that one. VOR. Anything there? Again, big 60-minute opening bar there. Begins to fade a little bit. Let's see that play out here. The same thing. These numbers are all right. Make it, enough to keep maybe an eye on it. Set a price alert where you want to set a price alert, whether you want to see it break the VWAP, want to see it take a high of the day, you want to see it pull back further, you're looking to short it on a pullback, watch it collapse more, so on and so forth. A lot of different things you could do there as far as that's concerned. And again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in. There's VOR. HIMZ, I'm guessing this is HIMS, but some kind of, 2X. I mean, kind of hilarious. Cannot advise people enough. If you are not an expert trader, stay away from leverage funds, please. This would be really bad to have been a part of something like this coming undone and collapsing. I wonder what HIMS looks like. Not seen that in a long time. HIMS. Oh yeah. Absolutely brutal sell-off. So anyways, CAI looks like it became a new issue essentially. I'm guessing. Not a whole lot of interest here for this at this point. It's negligibly up. I think anybody's really trading it. Unity Software. Large float on this one. Almost 350 million in that float. So again, made a good early move to win a race. Really done nothing but flounder since. More or less moving with the market. And last but not least, SHC. Much of the same. Not really doing a whole lot, on the larger float side. One initial move, going that way afterwards. So again, some of those ones that we just went over the last few, plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity, but I don't think anybody's really, quote, day trading them at this point. So there's a whole lot there to be going over or done. So, Mike, if you're still here, I see you sent an email in. And let me know if you're here, Mike, because I'll go over a couple of things we can look at together, see if we can't get your sound sorted out. But it would probably be better to do it here. Otherwise, in the email, sending stuff in, kind of tough. So, all right, that covers that. Again, anybody with questions also, just in general, don't be shy. So, all right. I don't know what else is doing here that we can look at, or talk about, or think about. Look at the SPY. Why not? What else are we doing, right? Not doing a whole lot else. So, yeah, not so awesome. Let's do this. There's 6 months here, so it's down just about 4% over the last 6 months, 6% over the last 3 months, 7 in the last 2. I just want to play with that a little bit to see what we're looking at. So yeah, I guess we're not quite in correction territory. I guess we're just off it with the SPY. NASDAQ right there though. NASDAQ right at correction territory. NASDAQ's probably in correction territory at this point. Diamonds, I mean, we're talking about like 1% or 0.5% at this point. So right up on it here as well with the Dow and the diamonds. I haven't looked at any sectors in the last week and a half. XLK. What's technology doing? Technology beat up pretty good right now. Yeah, so last 3 months we're in correction with technology at this point. Still up over the last year though, right? Time frame makes a heck of a difference. Makes a huge heck of a difference, time frame. And again, anybody's questions, don't be shy.
ANRO.
don't be shy, guys. If anybody's got questions, folks. So, all right, the silent treatment it is from you guys, I guess. I don't know what else we can go over at this point. A lot of green here today on the sector list. Let's see over the last 5 days where we land with stuff. So it's down the most the last 5 days. Wheat stocks are down the most over the last 5 days. Really even know what to say about that anymore at this point. Over the XSW, software services, kind of really an anemic, unimportant ETF, it would seem at this point. I won't say unimportant, but when you see, that there, 32,000 shares traded on it, same thing, 200 shares traded on that. I'm probably going to pull those off my list at this point. This one important, though. Semiconductors, that's important. So, they're holding up today and getting a little bit of a move here. The market itself is making a bit of a move here. We'll see what happens. All things relatively speaking. All right, yeah, they're down 9% in the last month, so not phenomenal. Just talked about the Tech XLK. Your other semiconductors, same thing. They don't look as bad as they could look, to be honest, with semiconductors, all things considered. Information, Vanguard. This doesn't look so awesome here. Cloud computing, again, on the anemic side of things, but, does have its purposes. I think I still have it in my cloud. I'm going to probably, anything I ever share, it usually gets deleted within a day or two. You just happen to be lucky I haven't gotten around to deleting it yet. So here you go. I highly encourage to save it to your cloud, because if not, it will be lost forever. But yeah, anything that I do, I delete within a day or two usually. Just happen to be lucky that I hadn't gotten to cleaning out my cloud yet. You got it. Let's see what we're doing? IHI, it's some healthcare here, or medical devices, not healthcare, sorry. This is really beat up. It's real beat up. Emerging markets, not so hot. Upside capitulation in hindsight, right? Had that, maybe it flattened out and then it kept going. We wouldn't be saying that. That's why a lot of things are done in hindsight. Telecommunications, not exactly huge there, but nevertheless not beat up. I'm trying to find these some positive notes here, if you will. Jets, Jets, Jets. So they're beat up pretty good, and it's only going to get worse for them as long as energy costs as much as it does, or at least the type of energy they need. I'm guessing something just happened, though. I'm guessing there was some news announcement, because you don't see this or this go on without some kind of news announcement. Take your time, charts.
NIQ.
Don't mind me.
NIQ.
So we got quite a move going on here in the SPY right there, and that's some serious volume coming into that right now. You don't see the SPY volume do this very often. FMC Poppy. I couldn't even coastal. I'm just going to go coastal. I couldn't even begin to tell you anything about any mutual fund except they exist. I can tell you they exist is the best I could do. Also, we don't give financial advice. We're not advisors. We're not licensed to or anything like that. So, sorry, I can't help you with that. Just curious if AB even shows up on my chart. Like long term, what does that mean? Like, is long, one person will tell you long term's a week, another person will tell you long term's 10 years. Get a definition of long term from them. That would probably be one of my first questions. What's your definition of long term? And I don't even know if this, I have no idea what this is, if this is even it. Yeah. I'm not in the prognosticator seat. I like to swing trade, a few days to a few weeks based on what a chart says. A mutual fund is not based on technical analysis. A mutual fund is generally based on fundamentals, and I couldn't tell you the first thing about fundamentals. So again, that's something you guys have to discuss, you and your financial advisors. I could tell you this, if I was looking at it, if this is the chart of it and I was looking at that, I wouldn't feel very good about it right now. That's for sure. Look at that thing, hasn't gone anywhere since here, literally gone nowhere. And, now it's selling off. That's assuming that's even the chart of it. So. Keep piling along on some of these here. We do IAI. No, we did not do securities. So your broker dealers. I'm guessing, when the market is in pullback like it is right now, not a lot of people are opening up brokerage accounts. Market looks good. People open brokerage accounts. That's how it works. XLI, see you creeping along here. Uranium. Look a little double toppy right there. We'll see what it can do or not can do at this point. My eye looks to this level here like that, though. So it's going to need to dig in. If it's going to make a move back up, it's got to dig in there. Or it doesn't have to dig in there, whatever. Clean energy. Imagine that looks like, wow, it doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look, to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I thought clean energy was going to look real bad. Not so terrible. K-Web, your Chinese internet stocks. Looks real bad. Back to the doghouse with it completely. I mean, you know, for 2 seconds. Look like it might be rounding a corner. It's right back down again. Right back down towards the lows. Transportations, they're not looking so hot either, and they're probably going to remain not looking hot as long as energy things cost as much as they cost to move for now. S&P 500 equally weighted. Got itself a good pullback here off those highs. What else? What else? What else? Financials, XLF. And we see, you know, all around the market on any of the major ETFs, see the same thing going on right now. It got ugly. That got ugly on the financials, to say the least. Small caps. Small caps just don't look that bad still. Trying to fight for that 250 level on them still. Find it really interesting that the small caps haven't been completely taken apart at this point, to be honest. Yeah, not nearly as bad as I would expect it to be. Maybe it's just the bull in me, always trying to find the bright spots. XLF. Solar stocks. Again, not as bad as I would have expected them to look. Retail. This is what I would expect from retail. So mid-cap equally weighted. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I don't like that at all. Sorry, I'm not a big fan of sound with the software, but I'm also not day trading. I think the sound is essential for day traders. Swing traders, not so much. I don't know what else to look at here. So we look at IYK. It's not a hugely traded. Consumer staples. Pretty good beat up right there. It's one of the steepest falls we've seen off the top there. It's actually really kind of a TP look. Bit of a TP look with that. I don't use them. You know, I don't use the RBI and GBI. So, efficiency, it's just not something in my wheelhouse. Using anything more efficiently, I think it's studying it. So I would leave those windows open. I'd study what comes through them and see what you even think about it. So to give you an example of something like that for me is once upon a time I had lots of moving averages on my charts, and studying moving averages and how I could work them into what I was doing with trading, and it just never clicked for me. It's like they make sense. I understand it. Just didn't really click in my trading at all. And that's all there was to it. And so they were removed. They didn't serve me a purpose. Yeah, like if don't get me wrong, there's lots of things I find interesting because I just find technical analysis and charting interesting. And I continue to always study these different things. And the not too distant future, I do plan to go back and finish up my CMT exams. However, I like what I like for trading. I like things as simple as humanly possible. And, that's that. I understand head and shoulders and complex head and shoulders and wedges and ascendings and triangles and flags and pennants and all those kinds of things like that, divergences, all those things like that. I've got a fairly good knowledge on them and find it interesting. Just, by the time I found my kind of niche in trading, I've kind of stuck with it at that point. But that's my big thing is when you want to, you want to leg up on something, you want to know more about it, open it, look at the stuff that's coming through on the charts, see how you feel, take a bunch of mock trades based on it through the paper trader. Those are the kinds of things I'd really be looking at to do with it. And then, from there you can make yourself, I wouldn't even just call it an educated decision. It'd be more of an informed decision because, you're informed on how you're working or not working with it. And that's funny. The RBI and GBIs are one of the things I just never really got into. All right. I would highly recommend, I don't know if you do this or not, but this was a big thing for me on trying to find my way with everything. I would journal the trade, whether you handwritten or if you've got a program that you use or anything like that. I like handwritten. It just makes me feel more in touch with what I'm doing. I can remember things better. But I would write down what I took, why I took, what I set up for the risk management on the trade, what I set up for, and why I took that risk management, and how I managed it to the upside and why I managed it to the upside like that. Yeah, really important stuff. You take that and then you go back, 30, 40 trades, and you start to see, all right, basically every time something doesn't work, I did these things. And basically every time something worked, I did these things. And that's how I formulated my own kind of plan for what I do. No, we don't have a way to do that there. Bitminer, sorry. Unfortunately, no way to do that. You're welcome. And I just hate telling people we can't do something. much prefer to be able to tell anybody that asks a question, can we do X, Y, Z? Yes, we could do that. No way to backtest pre and post market data. Sorry. Again, another one. It's regular hours only. You can export data into Excel. So this is how you can only do it with, well, the logging tool only works with top list and alert windows. So you might as well stick with that. There's no way to do it with races, period. There's no way to do it with Holly either. But if you go to tools, options, go to general and look for display CSV logger tool, put a check mark in that. Once you've done that, right click any top list or alert window and then select the alert logging, and it will create a file that goes to your Trade Ideas Pro folder here. So look for your Trade Ideas Pro folder and the logging will come into here. And it will log whatever you've got for columns essentially. The other way to do it is, you can highlight stuff and then click and save contents, and it'll save it as a CSV file like that too. Right, Barry?
Yeah. Backtesting. Who backtests? I know you do.
I do a lot of backtesting.
I do no backtesting, zero backtesting, zero, and with an emphatic zero. My whole thing about backtesting is that it is a lot of fun to do. It's if you got the time, the patience, and all that, it can be a lot of fun. But I just prefer seeing the alerts, because every time I get an alert, I guarantee that the things that I look at would backtest putridly. How's that for a word? Putridly.
Fair enough.
However, I like to click on the alert, and then that makes up. Now, I'm not getting 1,000 alerts either.
Yeah.
So I have a manageable number of symbols that I'm looking at. I want to see what I want to see. It's coming through my scan for a certain reason. Yeah, because it's meeting all the filter requirements. But then I'll click. Do I like it? Nope. Move on. If I back tested it, I would never, it would probably look absolutely terrible. And I mean terrible.
Yeah.
But I really just want to see the alerts as they come through. Again, it's not like thousands, but that's me.
Yeah. I'd also say one of the things for you is that you have a very specific way you're managing your trades. You're something's working, you're kind of letting it ride. It's not working, you're cutting it short very quickly. And in the back test, there's no way to really do that. So
exactly.
It's one of those things that I try to explain to people, especially with Holly. Look, a lot of the Holly alerts get into the money. Some are only in the money for literally 1 minute, some for an hour or two. But there's no way to predict any of that. And so if you use the same model to do all the testing, probably not coming out good. It's just kind of the way it goes. And then you can't import the back testing data or anything like that. There's no way. The back tester is the back tester. There's no way to alter it or change it or anything like that. You can do what you like with the logger. I know there are people that have probably built their own back testers and things like that, and you can take that data and do that. But yeah.
But when I became a subscriber to Trade Ideas way back 16 years ago now, in 2010, and I got into the back testing and all, the odds maker as it was called then. And the one thing, the one thing that I asked for repeatedly, and of course it just can't be done, I guess, is knowing how long to hold a trade, when to get in, when to get out, in terms of the time. And there was no way to optimize that. You couldn't say, because there'd be times, unless you went through every single permutation combination and which is
Yeah.
crazy. But to say, okay, what if I take the trades at 10 and get out at 10:30? That didn't work. What about 10:45? Well, that worked a little better. How about 10:52? You know what I mean? Like you'd be going
Yeah.
crazy trying to figure out how long to hold the trades. So my wife is calling. I have to go.
Okay. I'll let
Can
you
you
take
hold
the
on?
screen and
Can you
take that
hang on
call.
can you hang on for a moment?
You got it.
Okay, thanks.
So, all right, folks, I'll put myself on mute here. When something comes in, I'll address it.
There, Chris. Sorry, or maybe Chris
Oh,
left.
yeah. Nope.
Oh, you were still okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
I figured I'd
I
hold the
just
screen
talked to
until you
my
came
wife.
back, so it just wasn't a dead screen.
Okay, cool.
I have stopped sharing now.
Okay. Okay. So we'll see you next Monday, I guess.
Indeed, you will.
Oh, yes. I was just thinking Easter Monday. No, that's not a holiday. That's not a market holiday, is it? I don't think so.
No, unfortunately not. We got Good
Okay.
Friday, though.
Yeah, we got Good Friday. Okay, my friend. We'll see you next Monday then.
Sounds good. See you all next week. Take care.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I just get some music going. All right. I saw that FMC. I almost took it, because it was the one that I wanted to take at the beginning of the day. Well, I did take it, took a little loss on it, the FMC, and look at what happened. My goodness, this looked really good. I mean that was the alert 1717. It popped up to what 1731. Looked like it was rocking, and then boom. I mean, it's not a low float either. I mean, it's 123 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. I don't know what they do. Agricultural sciences company. I just don't know. I mean, I saw the market pop. I mean, I thought maybe I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't take it. Obviously, probably not, Ian. I mean, when you say you mean a specific strategy in the back in the well called the back tester now, a specific one. It's just trial and error. You go into the time. When like when are the best trades time wise? Maybe volume, not volume so much, but price. That's about it. I mean, there are all sorts of different filters, and you can start to going crazy on the optimization part of it. But I mean, so are you like are you talking about a specific strategy, or are you talking about just in general, Ian? And nobody at Trade Ideas will be able to optimize a strategy for you. Okay. It's there's too much trial and error. But again, am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. So can you hear me in? Is it a specific strategy? Yeah. No, I mean, look, you obviously have, you probably look at the time, okay? When were the best trades? Sometimes, don't take any trades after noon or after 10:30, things like that. Maybe there's a price range that you want to get rid of, or you just want to concentrate on. As long as you don't curve fit it so much down to one trade, you know. But then after that, though, you're talking about all those different filters, and there's just like there's every single filter that we've got that you could be playing around with. So I think the easiest way is just to take a look at maybe the time of day you're taking trades, and also the price range, and see if you can kind of optimize it that way. After that, I mean, it's just trial and error. I mean, some of the filters you might be using, maybe you're using a relative volume filter, maybe adjust it, to see, like change that value and see what happens. But I mean, that's a lot of trial and error, and that's why, I mean, the back testers, it's fun, but it takes a lot of time and trial and error and patience. Now, the other thing is when you did it, what did your equity curve look like? Was it at least positive? So that you might look at that and go, okay, let me see if I can get it even better. Or was it bad from the beginning? If it's bad from the beginning, forget about it. That's actually a great use of the back tester. You think you've got, now I'm not just talking to you, Ian, but people think, oh man, this I've read about this strategy on YouTube. It's going to work. It's got to work. And you back test it and it doesn't work. And yet but you're so, you get stubborn about it. So, well, it's got to work because everybody on YouTube's talking about it. But guess what? The back tester is basically saying, you know what? It's not a great strategy. Yeah. So all I can say is, did you look at the like the times you were taking trades? Maybe there's a time frame that's better than others, and maybe again a price range that is better than others. I mean, that's the easiest, but after that, you're going to have to fiddle around with all the different filters. Yeah, I mean, there are so many. I mean, and that one drop down in, look how many, that's every filter that we've got. Every single filter that we've got. I mean, that's in theory what the odds, what the our back our the AI does. Takes something that looks pretty good and then runs through lots and lots of different permutations and combinations to come up with something that look good. And even then, I mean, it's not like our AI is infallible. Yeah, when I used to do this and I used to ask that question, the profit factor is good, 2.49 profit factor. And well, even the percentage winners, it's over. I think the AI tries to get at least 60% winners and at least a 2 profit factor. I'd love to help, but I can't because I don't use the AI or I don't use the back tester at all. And I would have no special input. Oh yeah, just do this and that. You're going to just have to trial and error it yourself. In fact, I don't know if you were listening. I don't know if you're listening. Yeah, maybe the I mean, like you can have 50% winners and a great profit factor. You can have 10% winners, and if you've got a great profit factor that lets your winners run, and you get rid of your losers early. I mean, you can still make money. I mean, it is as crazy as it sounds. There's another one, guys. Anna. I mean, that right when I was taking my break, Anna did this. This was right at 12:15. Well, while I was in my break at 12:15, or that's the 12:15 bar, and boom, look at that. I mean, it popped through 10, all the way up to 1066. We're on our way, right? Nope. All right, guys, it's 1:13 now. So I think what I'll do is go over my homepage for the last time today, including all the information you can find, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, but also the scans. What you're seeing here, I'm sharing, on this monitor, I am sharing everything. Not the charts, okay? I mean, people ask for my charts, but you know what? The thing about charts is that you have to come up with your own time frame. I mean, if you want to use a 2 and a 5 and a weekly and a daily and a monthly, but I bet you there's not many people that do this, just like this. Especially on, if you're a day trader, most people probably don't have a weekly and a monthly chart up, as an example. But I do. But that doesn't mean that you should. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you will see. As always, at the very top, you'll see how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code, Barry25. You will get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And you can also, I should also say this. I mean, if you wanted to sort of upgrade, I'll call it an upgrade, say from a monthly to an annual, you can use this code. Okay. Just let me know. If you want to go from a monthly to an annual. And all I ask, use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, whatever the code is, it changes, of course, from time to time on my homepage. Why use my code? Because the company tracks the use of promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough times, they don't mind keeping these 2 rooms open and free. So I'm moderating a YouTube room. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering about rooms, here's the other one, the trading room. Okay, way more action in this room, more activity. Okay, more traders, etc. So if you didn't know about this room, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering, oh, I didn't even know they had that room, it's free also. Okay. Now there are a couple of bonuses. This room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So well in the pre-market. And I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me, but Obi does it. And then another bonus. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later for questions. But if I do leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, William usually keeps the room open, and he probably let me know when he was going to keep the room open today. I might have missed that. Um, so trading room, did he say? 3:45? Okay, so this room will be open till 3:45, and that's it. I would call that typical Monday to Thursday anyway. 6:45 to 3:45, 6:45 a.m. 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Obviously, the markets close on Friday, so not this Friday. Okay. When you say, does Trade Ideas still offer upgrades? What do you mean by that? You mean if you upgraded from standard to premium or monthly to annual, or is that what you mean by an upgrade? Yeah, if you went from standard to premium, yeah, we can do something for you. So if you want to do that and take advantage of the promo, give me a moment. If you go to trade, I can't do it for you, okay? So otherwise I would, but I have no access to the accounts. So if you go to info@trade-ideas.com, Ian, okay, and give them your email address and say, now are you, uh, and say, look, I'm a standard subscriber. I want to upgrade to premium, and can I use Barry's code, Barry25? And more than likely, they're going to help you, okay? Are you talking about going from monthly to annual, or monthly to monthly, standard to premium, or it shouldn't matter anyway. You want to upgrade, but you'll just have to go there. Okay, just keep the monthly. That's fine. So go again, info@trade-ideas.com. Give them your email address so they can take a look at your account. Say you want to upgrade from standard to monthly. Can I use Barry's code? Okay. Now, next, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more. You see where it says "Keep it simple, get the trade of the week." You can sign up for the trade. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Trade of the week, again, you'll get an email. It outlines why this particular one could be the trade of the week or is the trade of the week. It gives you an alert price, a target, like a price to get into the trade. You know, obviously, you do what you want. You do what you have to do, but it's a suggestion that here's a place to take the trade. Here's a place to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Okay. And these are designed for longer term holds. They're not designed for day trades. But look, if let's just say for argument's sake, there was some trade, it was a trigger and they get in at 3 and all of a sudden it jumped to 5 or 6 or $7, I'd probably take some profit. Okay. Next, if you do take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link, scroll down to that education section, click on the more info. And right here, getting started with trade ideas. So this is a mandatory that you do this if you've just taken out a subscription. Mandatory. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started, covering the key elements of the program. If you don't have it though, start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You know, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, you want what you see here, you're going to have it. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, the custom scans. So here's this race right here. The large cap race is right here. This race down here, the biggest gainers, is here. There are similar races. I mean, the racing concept is a similar, but different filters. You can see why you can get like a 10% move in this. You will actually to get a 1% move in this one is not normal. Okay, but you can get some big moves in this one because it's so it's a lot more volatile. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is just a scroll now. That's all you're going to see. If it's in green, it made a new high of the day. If it's in red, a new low of the day. It's like the old school scrolling. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market to find the ones that are moving up and down actively. Okay. Also resumes is here. And I do have these other 4 scans, which I do not have up and running right now. You know, who knows? Maybe next week I'll bring one back. But I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up and down scan. Okay, so you can take a look at them. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask. And if you're wondering, why do I have them if I'm not using them? Well, I have a lot of scans that I've created in 16 years at Trade Ideas. And, every now and then I take a look at one, maybe on the weekend, for instance. I look at one on the weekend that I haven't looked at for a while, and I might check the alerts that happened over the previous week. Say, that was pretty good. So maybe I'll start to use it again. So that's why I never get rid of a scan. I just save it to the cloud, and you never know when you're going to bring it back. So are you wanting to go to a premium in because you want a back test, not so much for the AI? The main reason for people taking our premium service is usually, well, I would say 99% of the time it's for the AI. But if you get into back testing at all, yeah, you need our premium service. Anna is ugly. No offense to anybody who's named Anna in the room, but Anna, the stock is ugly. I mean, that is really ugly. I mean, that's almost brutal. That's brutal, you know. I mean, the fact that it popped through 10, it had 10 minutes of a nice run, and then bam. Unless they did a financing. I'm just looking to see if they announced a financing, but I don't see they did. Wow. Well, the low of yesterday is 778. All right. Well, market, what are you doing? Up 15 points. Okay. For how long? Not to be pessimistic. Maybe we've cleared the VWAP again. Wait, you guys can hear the thumping above me. Probably not, but the gutter cleaners are here, so they're thumping around on my roof. So, guys, let's take a look at XLE. I mean, the reports. Look at XLE. Look at so what you guys have been putting in the Brent and the WTI prices. What are they now? I could look it up, but somebody must. Some of you have been putting that in all day, not just today, but daily. So what are WTI and Brent under 100 now? Or one of them under 100 now? I mean, look at XLE. You never could pronounce that name. Hemek? How's that? Hemek? Oh, it is the G. Oh, Jameek. Oh, okay. See, I was trying to get I was trying to get the Spanish J, which is of course pronounced like an H. So I wasn't sure. Okay. All right, Jameek. Got it. And now the eek. I'm from Montreal. We'd never say that. We would be going Jamek. But okay, you win. You know how to pronounce your name. I think that sounds better. If I were you, I'd be going from now on. I'm Jamek. I think that sounds better. Jameek. I mean, like eek. Um, little levity never hurts. Sometimes in a trading room. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking for shorts. I'm looking for shorts. Monica, I wish I could display stuff to you. All right. I'll hold you to it. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I'm sort of looking. The alms. It's not fall. It's not looking the way I want it to look, even though it is looking like an awesome short now. Yeah, you too, Monica. Come on, Pepe. I'm still asking you. What? You know what I'm going to do? Maybe what I'm going to do, I'm going to lose all these original ones, but that's okay. I'm going to get rid of that one, and I'm going to bring it from my homepage. Maybe it's just corrupted or something. All right, Jameek, Jamek, Emek, Meek. Nice of you to drop in. You know what I probably should do, Pepe, is to take this one and just put these filters in here, and the one that isn't getting all jumbled up, and see. But let's see if this works. Oh my gosh, NCI is ugly, ugly, ugly. William, this is well, yeah. So I don't, William, are you still around? Because this is the next one. One of those horrid China stocks that just there's no news. There's no news. Look, if you're looking for news on this one, I mean, why did this happen? There's no news. More importantly, why did all this happen? Why did it run from 60 cents up to 14? Oh, really? You were going to buy it 78 cents. You got down to 116. Didn't actually didn't even. Well, maybe tomorrow. Oh. Uh, well, it's halted right now. So let's see. 142 on the bid on potential open. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. Give me one moment. Hmm. How long was I on mute? Okay, guys. Well, listen, if you are quite a while, really? Oh, shoot. I was asking Poe how much money he owes me, for the NCI, and how come he never ever tells me what to buy. That's amazing, though. Seriously, that is a great, great run for you. I'm very, very happy. Since 9 a.m. Very happy for you. And I know it's halted, as you know. And what's the high right there is what? Wow, it's 198. So this could be it. Well, first of all, when I first read that, I thought you said next time you're in your van, you will clean my gutters for free. You're talking. You know what? Nobody says that. You know that. Nobody says, "Hey, I live in van, man." Very possible back in the old days, but nobody says that. No. Yes, Dwayne. Yes, of course. Just give me one moment, okay? I'm in this short. I just want to. Um, yeah. I mean, in the guide, let me just show you where it is in the guide. They're called symbol lists, watch lists, but it's not the easiest. I mean, it's a bit cumbersome, but it certainly can be done. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, and go to the education section, click on the more info, and then click on the user guide, and you will see a whole section on watch list. Okay, watch lists. Here's how you do it. Basically, you create the watch list and then you attach it to a top list window or an alert window. Okay, and that's how you monitor it. I actually don't use watch lists anymore. I haven't used a watch list for a long, long time. Already answered him. Oh, unless I was on mute at the time of the question. Yeah, probably I was on mute at 153. Yeah. So I've answered him, Pepe. All right, all's good. All's good. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any more questions, so I think I'll take off now. Thanks for all the help. Now, before I do leave in YouTube, I will put my homepage link. So if you're sitting there in YouTube and you still want to have interaction with other traders, click on my homepage link, scroll down, see where it says trading room. Click here. It is free. and it'll be open till 3:45. Yeah, so it'll be open till 3:45. So thanks for all the help, both rooms, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Obi will open this room, the trading room, at 6:45 a.m. I'll get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself now. I'm going to put my announcement up here that my screen, my layout will still be displayed, okay, until 3:45. But first thing I'm going to do is shut down YouTube.